Mrs. Mario. Beloved, let me express my gratitude as I welcome you because, again, I know you didn't expect to hear my voice. But here I is. So let me give thanks as I welcome you because it is still about information and enlightenment. But as you can hear and see, if you got the video, I am once again sitting in for my one and only sister, Mary Moorhead, that we all know as Peggy. And she is, well, we got word yesterday when we were in the middle of our program that there's some kind of emergency urgent meeting, commission, whatever it is. But it definitely precluded her from doing the program this afternoon. So she called on me. And here I is. And I'm going to try my very best to fulfill this mission. It is my understanding that between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., I will be hosting a guest, a Mr. Chris George, who is, well, I suppose, a spokesperson for some kind of street naming program committee that the governor has sponsored. And, well, nothing more needs to be said other than that, along with you, my beloved audience, I will be learning what this is all about. Street naming. Again, I don't know because, uh, like you, I thought we had names for the streets, but I don't know, maybe they're talking about different neighborhoods or what. But again, let's not take on no stress with it because in less than a half an hour, we will be able to directly learn from the source, Mr. Chris George. So, yes, between 1 and 2, we will be learning about our street naming. This is what I think the fifth Wednesday that I found myself trying my best to substitute for my one and only sister. And as I know you've heard me say enough, I will once again explain that she is a career educator, retired as a teacher, and now a member of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. So, yes, my one and only sister is all about education. So, when I sit in, as I'm doing now, I try my best to stay within the guidelines of things educational, and in as much as we have enough guests uh, between 1 and 2 p.m., excluding that period, I will be doing my best to, again, make every effort to explain as best I can the two kinds of knowledge that exist between us as human beings. And I have spoken to it. So I hope that we have at least a fundamental understanding of what is meant by knowledge. So why not repeat it and once again state that there are indeed two kinds of knowledge, just two kinds. One kind is scientific, yes, scientific knowledge. That is universal, meaning that wherever you might find yourself, you will reach conclusion with all the rest of us that scientific knowledge is precisely and exactly the same no matter where you find it. And I have been simplifying it by simply saying that 1 plus 1 equals 2, wherever you might be. No change. That is what makes it science. Scientific knowledge is universal, unchanging, and it is everywhere. Like it don't matter where you are, you just something up in the air, you don't know that it's coming back down. And that's why gravity is a science. That is the one kind of knowledge. The other kind we call the humanities. That is knowledge that differs. It is changing according to where you happen to be. It is a local thing as opposed to the scientific kind of knowledge. The humanities is local and it depends on the people and the location where they find themselves. Generally, we break down the humanities into what we consider to be values, what we consider to be principles, and what we consider to be beliefs. And yes, beloved, it depends on where we find ourselves as to how this kind of knowledge is understood, so that the values of our people in one place don't necessarily have to be the same values of another people in another place. And that is what makes them local as opposed to universal. Values are not the same everywhere you go. Different people have different humanities, so they have different values, different principles, different beliefs. And that is how we need to comprehend what we know as knowledge. Two kinds. The scientific, that is the same everywhere we go, and the humanities, that is local and differing in every location where we might find people. So there you have the stark division between the two kinds of knowledge, one being universal, the other being local. And yes, beloved, we have spent some time, I think not enough, but then you might say we spend too much time on it. But I think it is critical that we understand this concept of knowledge, because it helps us to understand those living beings that we call human beings. And it helps us by giving us some clarity as to the differences we come across in different people. And understanding that there are two kinds of knowledge presents us with the guardrails, the roadway, the pathway, the avenue that allows for us to be able to distinguish between what is different and what is well, in too many people's mind, what is better? And that is where it becomes very problematic because not having the proper intellectual tools to grasp these differences, we can very well end up thinking that it is not a matter of differences as we're trying so hard to point out, but rather we can well, very awkwardly end up labeling the differences as being one better than the other. No, I think we could, without arguing about it, we can agree that there is a difference between the scientific and the humanity. That is plain enough. One is universal, the other is local. One is unchanging, and the other is, well, forever changing. And the scientific lends itself to, well, easier grasping the concept that we're talking about something that is unchanging, the same wherever we find it on the planet. And so that oversimplifying, but definitely trying to make the point, we use the example of 1 + 1 = 2. And it matters not where you are in the world, 1 + 1 is going to equal 2. That is a little easier to comprehend than the humanities, because humanities are forever changing. How is different when you talk about values, beloved? How could you expect for all people everywhere to have the same values? It sounds ridiculous, right? Because that's what it is, stupidness. Different people have different values, different things that they value and how they value it. They have their own values. Similarly, with principles. What principles do you live by? Doesn't have to be the same principle as what those people over there live by, or these over here. But nonetheless, they are principles, ever changing, but they are principles. And then there's belief. Same way, you believe this, I believe that. He believes that, she believes this. And it's constantly finding differences as you move from one people to another. And that is what makes humanities a little trickier to grasp intellectually than things scientific. Because, yes, the humanities are forever changing, beloved. And that is the point where we get ourselves into, well, contentious situations because we misread the humanity. And you could view it as something that is inferior to you, that you have higher values, you have better principles that you live by, and that your belief is, well, the one and only. All the others are fantasies. Your belief is the righteous one. And on it goes, so that humanity is, beloved, could cause us to have, well, serious differences of opinion. And before you know it, we are in a contentious argument as to who better than who, what better than what, when in fact it is a matter of differences, not who's better, who's best. But in the world of human beings that we live in and try to make progress in, it becomes an essential task that we must embrace so that we could better understand how to make progress. And so that because one group conquered another group, one group enslaved another group, one group colonized another group, beloved, you would be easily tricked into thinking that it's a matter of the one group being superior to the other group. And that is why the superior group was able to conquer the inferior group. And you see how easily we can immerse ourselves in conflict because we would view the efforts of the conquerors as they try to subdue the conquered as, again, using the superior methodologies to subdue the inferior methodologies of those who were conquered. And same thing about belief. Matter of fact, Belief could be entirely wiped out and says, hey, your belief is just pure stupidness. Here, embrace these beliefs. It could be a religion. And basically, they're saying, what you believe in is stupidness. Show your religion. There ain't no religion at all. You want to know a religion? Take mine. Because that's how come I was able to conquer you. That's how I was able to enslave you. And that's how I'm able to colonize you. Because I have the superior beliefs. My religion enabled me to dominate you. And beloved, on it goes. And because we don't have a full comprehension of knowledge, what is universal knowledge as opposed to what is local knowledge, it's like we walk right into a trap and end up behaving as if we are inferior, while at the same time prepare to battle to the death against anyone or anything that dares to consider us inferior. But the reality is there for one and all to see. And so, yes, beloved, this matter of knowledge and grasping the difference between the two kinds of knowledge is really essential to us understanding how to progress from our colonized state of being to the complete emancipated and free consciousness that when we so strongly hope that we could find and embrace and put to proper use as we struggle for our mental emancipation. Good afternoon.
Pleasant good afternoon, and once again, happy Virginal History Month.
Well, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. And just allow me to welcome you. Thank you for your call.
Thank you. I just happened to turn on my radio, and I was surprised to hear you on
Yes,
today.
I acknowledge that yes.
I'm
I
missing
found
you
out in
today.
the midst of the program yesterday, I was told that my one and only sister, they have an urgent something at the Board of Education, and that she's dependent on me to hold the fort. So I'm trying my best with it here.
Okay, well, I think you're doing good because I heard you talking about two forms or two kinds of knowledge.
Yes, indeed. Very.
I classify it in two categories. I said knowledge of the natural world and knowledge of the artificial world. The artificial world is everything man-made. We made governments, laws, we build towns, cities, which is infrastructure, schools, etc. And that's included with the humanities, like you mentioned.
Well, actually, right now, we're only going to have, an argument as to what labels best
Yeah,
applies to what.
it's
But we
pretty much the
basically
same thing.
talking about the same thing.
I agree. I just look at it from two aspects, it's two different worlds we live in. We live in the artificial world that we create. We create societies. We don't create things like the trees. We don't create ourselves, other living beings, creatures, the stars, the moon, the sun, the planets, the earth, etc. So, and you have natural laws. You have the law of gravity. What goes up must come down. And we discover these laws, but we invent machines, devices to make our lives more convenient and more efficient. And in my opinion, the greatest invention I would put is the computer that has drastically changed the way we operate in this artificial world. And that includes all the digital technology. And before that, well, let me just say the five top, in my opinion, greatest invention. I would say the printing
And
system is one.
may I be rude? You might have missed it, but no, we were scheduled. When I say we, me and my sister's program was scheduled to have a Mr. Uh,
George.
Chris
Chris
George, at 1 p.m. And so that I have to
No
be
problem.
rude to say, if you will, but for the next hour, we'll be talking about the naming of streets that might
Okay.
be of interest to you. But
Yeah, and
we
we
look
have
forward to
interest.
continuing the conversation, but we definitely have to take the break
Yes,
to
okay. I
accommodate.
thank you very much
Thank
for
you
this
so much. Thank you
chat
for
time.
your understanding.
Okay.
All right. Look. Old stream, beloved, bite and blow. We will be right back. Ah, I know, beloved, I'm not introducing you to a guest because the guest is still you. Yes, beloved, still you. uh, well, I don't want to get into any long explanation that will end up personalizing anything. So let's just say that things did work out as we thought it would, and the guest is not here, and so we will proceed and continue talking about things educational because that is the topic, the all engrossing topic of my one and only sister, education. So that's where we find ourselves, and beloved, when we took the break, we were pretty much in a discussion as to what kind of appellations, what terminology, what words would we use to label and identify these different constructs that we are trying to make sense of as we analyze what is human knowledge, what we, you, I, and all of us, what we know as knowledge. And that is things that we understand in the world, and we have been able to identify them into two kinds. And even that, there might be a difference of opinion if we say, Mario, it's not kinds, it's categories. No, it's not categories, it's classifications. Like I said, it is sometimes as ephemeral as smoke when we try to find a distinction to differences that our consciousness finds troubling. And so we have to find a way how to get rid of it. But nothing else, put it aside. But beloved, what we have been making our very best effort to grasp is not what the science, because universal as it is, unchanging as it remains, it is by its very nature easier to grasp, to analyze, and even to assimilate into our way of thinking. So, science, things scientific, are to that extent easier to grasp, comprehend than the other kind that we call the humanities. That which is forever changing, wherever you go and whoever you run into, it's always changing. And that in itself, makes for friction, contention, disagreement, arguments. But beloved, I wanted to take us on a macro level, broader perspective of what we mean by the humanities and how we can so easily be the cause of disagreements between us. But nonetheless, that's what it is. Like we said, beloved, values. Think about it. Sometimes wars, yes, wars, where whole nations, countries, take up arms and try to, well, militarily dominate another country, another people. And believe it or not, the war could very well have started because of a difference of opinions as to values. What do we value? Mhm. And right here now, we've got to beg the pardon and and once again, beg you to work with us because we are here to give you information and enlightenment, and we have the empirical source is in the house. So let us take a break to adjust our situation, and we will be right back with the enlightening information that you could use. Hold straight, beloved. We'll be right back. 2. We're back, beloved. With all apologies. Thank you for excusing us.
Yes.
But we now have with us in-house Mr. Chris George, who is the project manager for this program, which is basically addressing the unnamed streets.
Addressing all streets,
All
naming unnamed streets.
Naming unnamed streets. Beloved, you heard it from the source itself. So, good afternoon
Good
to you.
afternoon, Mr.
And
Mohammed.
welcome, Mr. Project Manager. Welcome, Mr.
It's been
John.
so long I've been trying to
Inform and enlighten us.
Yes, so of course, we had to be on the big show for St. Croix, the biggest talk show. And I want to make sure that, we extend the openness, the transparency to all platforms. You know what I mean? Thank you, Ms. Moore, for giving me a call yesterday to come on today. So the Street Addressing Initiative is a nationally standardized address system created specifically for the USVI.
Okay.
So this is us compiling all the different rules and regs that exist here via the VI code, via cadastral, and then the federal, transportation, and then of course all of our Virgin Islands culture that we want to retain. Mix that all up in a pot and came up with a great system for us to get the whole territory addressed. We had to actually prove that the system worked. We went ahead and went to DC and did the whole run through. Everybody run through our whole system, whole program, and they were like, "Yeah, this is a pretty good project." So they funded it completely, no burden on the local government at all, for $5.3 million.
Oh, wow.
So this includes the addressing, the data management.
Yeah.
It includes the media promotion and includes all the signs. So we putting up all the signs. So all the work that St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John have done over the past 2 years, generating names across the territory, all those folks will get their names on their name sign free of charge, no cost to the territory at all. So it's a great project. We have a lot of stakeholders and a lot of people are interested in getting this thing done. The post office, census, waste management, WAPA, everybody needs addresses, better location information for them to operate a little bit more efficiently. So we try and get this done as soon as possible so everybody can start using it.
Efficiency is always a good thing.
Yes.
So let us start there. Well, how do you go about naming a jurisdiction? So like Frederick said where I'm from.
Yes. So we spend a whole heap of time courting community organizations and groups across the territory. Our town, Frederickstead, called the Community Council, up street, down street, everybody. We talk to everybody in Samoa. And we make sure, because we have to have community buy-in for every street, and we have to have a form that goes with that street. So say 6 people live on the street. We ask that they come up with a name and 4 people have to agree. So you get majority consensus on that street. They sign the form, bam, 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 goes into the system. And then we have because the feds like to audit us just to make sure that they just naming something. And you prove that the community named that street, and we have to provide the paperwork that says these are the folks that live there, these are the folks that agree to the name. So it's been exciting because we met so many people across the territory. So many fun Virgin Islands, Caribbean culture names have come up about it. So I'm really excited to see that we're at this level right now. So the territory is about 85% complete. So St. John is 97% complete. So St. John has been the first one completed. So we're working at St. John as like the pilot to go through all the processes with like DMV, WAPA, post office, getting all the processes in place. So when you do the big transition for everybody, there's no like hold up or headaches or anything like that. So St. John has been great. Shout out to Love City. They came up to the pump. St. Julian's came up to bat and came up with names. They were just like, but we need to do this. We need to do this. Yeah. So I'm glad to see the big islands as well too. Of course, it's a little slower on the bigger islands to move things, but once I think people grasp that, okay, I could really celebrate Virgin Islands culture, I could memorialize Virgin Islands culture, memorialize family names, memorialize family heritage across the territory. So that's really what we've been concentrating on, making sure that we, tag original VI people, getting the Virgin Islands culture ingrained into our critical infrastructure.
Well, please.
So now you have a Lesmo Emmanuel Street.
Very good. Congratulations. Yes,
And we need a
right.
Mario Moy Street the same way too.
I
so-
don't know about all that, but that's why I wanted to take us to Frederickstead,
Okay.
you know, because, well, Bond, Ray,
Great, yes.
still live in
Bread.
Frederickstead, you know. And I would like to understand, well, as project manager, do you have any kind of subdivision to your overall institution that resides in Frederickstead?
Yeah, and not in Frederickstead, in St. Croix. We have a St. Croix district manager. He lives in Upper Love. So he's not really a West man, but he's
Okay.
in West.
All right.
And we have a St. John district manager. And
Okay.
a St.
All right. Well, but we do have a St. Croix
Yeah,
district
yeah,
manager.
yeah.
All right.
And I don't like the interpretation as far as St. Croix is the biggest, so we put more energy over here.
Yeah.
But as far as being on this station specifically, this is the first time, and I really want to concentrate on getting more on this station specifically because we do put a lot of money in media on our media platforms to get the word out.
Very good.
We have
Right.
our theme song was written by Dr. Liber, Bernard Liber.
Yeah.
So that was the Name Your Road campaign song. So I don't know if you heard that Name Your Road song. But we try and keep it really grassroots, really
Very good.
because
Very
we
good.
want the people to believe in it.
Very good.
Mhm.
Well, I'm just simply using Frederickstead because
Mm.
that's what I know.
Yes.
You know, and I hope I can better understand
Mhm.
where the program is coming from.
Yes.
You know what it is you're trying to accomplish. As I have you do it to me
Mhm.
through the lens of Frederickstead.
Yes, of course. So
The
we
town
try.
of Frederickstead just happens to be, you know, well, pretty much drawn by scientists
Yeah,
because it's
borders
like
and
7
boundaries are
streets
drawn.
by 7 streets. You ever notice that?
Yeah, and that's the historic district outline boundary. Is that town of Frederickstead boundary? But
We have-
Frederickstead, of course, is large. It's Mars Hill and North
But the town itself,
Mhm.
Mr. Judge,
Mhm.
7 streets by 7 streets. There's even been a little booklet, of course, forgotten who it was.
So
It was a
we
lady.
including New Street,
Okay.
or we not including New
Yeah,
Street?
yeah, no
Okay.
street is a street.
Mhm.
Yeah, one of the 7,
Okay.
you know.
So we did a presentation for Outtown Frederickstead back in October last year, and we did walk through the whole process. And
But this is just it, so that you don't lose us now.
Mhm.
And I hope I have gotten the attention of Fredericksteaders who weren't paying too close attention. But as I said, that they could now, you know, listen a little closely.
Mhm.
As I understand it, we have 7 streets running from south to north. We have 7 streets running from east to west. Now, there are names,
Mhm.
and I'm trying to find out now. All right, since we could agree with that, how is it that this project
Mhm.
is going to have an impact on this little quaint little town with its 7 streets by 7 streets?
So the project itself is geared towards making a totalitarian system. So as far as if I'm on New Street in Frederickstead,
Yeah.
and I want to get to Kramer's Park,
Yeah.
is the link there to take me through all of the streets,
Mhm.
all of the addresses.
Mm.
It's one thing to have, just like in St. Thomas,
Yeah.
the Danes did an addressing program in the town,
Mhm.
where it's more like 7x4 or 10x4, 10 streets going east to west and
Mhm.
4 going north to south in St.
Mhm.
Thomas. But it's the same thing, same situation.
Yeah.
But it's not joined anywhere else
Mm.
outside of the town boundary.
Mm.
So we need a system that is interconnected between the whole island.
Yeah.
So and that's what we're doing right now. So all the people could get to Frederickstead with no problem. Businesses in Frederickstead could start their Google Ad services and get navigation to anywhere to them.
Mm.
through the street address. And before it was like you had to get to Frederickson and then they'll navigate you around. But now this is something that I could take from here and get all the way down here with no issues. And especially when you're talking about emergency services, you don't want people having to contemplate and think and read, and do I turn right here, I turn left here. You want directions to come in, showing them the one ways, showing them the right, you know what I mean? So that's really the purpose, is to make sure that we have a whole holistic system, not just in the town area. Yeah, and that's been the historic problem. So Cruz Bay had a plan, Frederickson had a plan, Christiansted had a plan, and Charlotte had a plan. But you couldn't go no place else in the island using the address. No, it was just within that boundary. So that's our goal, is to make a whole holistic system for the whole island. Yeah.
Well, we are connected now because we've got the Melvin Evans Highway that basically connects the two towns. Let me take that back. I should have said the two towns.
Midland
Because
and West.
Sunny Isle is not yet at all.
It's coming, they're trying.
Frederick said directly to Sunny Isle.
And Frederickson was the main town,
And
for the centuries.
and now once you get to Christiansted, you now have the bypass. that will
So you've
take
seen
you
all
up
those
the
new,
Eastern Road.
the new backlit signs that are going up on the highway intersections?
No.
So all of those signs that are going up now are through this project. So they're all illuminated signs that light up during the nighttime, so people could see the signs at night. So all the major intersections we're doing that for, and then of course we're paying for all the residential signs in the neighborhoods as well.
Well, let's get back to first.
Of course, West Massive.
I want to know now. Okay, so we got these 7 streets by 7 streets. How are the names going to be changed?
We're not changing the names. Everything that is established stays. So King Street, Queen Cross Street, East Street, Uma's Corner, all that stays. All that stays. We're not changing anything.
Well, where is the change going to take place?
So the change is we're implementing an address point, a street address, which they don't have. We don't have here in the territory. Street address that ties to the parcel that it's on. So you have your piece of land, and you have a road in front of it. But the piece of land is just a piece of land within an estate, broader estate. There's no direction to get to a piece of land. The only way to get to somewhere is through a road or a mode of traverse, a walkway, stairway, street, road, highway, whatever. So we're implementing street addresses for the entire territory built on a point of origin on the dock. Market dock. By the what's this called?
Are we still in Frederick?
Yeah, still in Frederickson.
The dock is at Abramson.
No, the other one. Where
Fish Market.
Fish Market. There's that's a point of beginning. That's the point of beginning for the so that'd be the western half of St. Croix. So we have 2 points of origin. One right there.
Well, wait a minute. The Fish Market is the western part of St. Croix.
So west, where Vaughn and them, all the people that used to hang out back in the day. That dock that starts Fisher Street. Fisher Street comes up from it.
Yeah.
That's the point of origin for the Western address reference system for St. Croix. So Frederickson has a point of origin. So all the address points emulate from that. So you see they start going larger and larger as they move outward from that point of origin. We have one in Christiansted by the boardwalk, and then the address system splits in the mid-island area that we were talking about, just because it allows you to keep the address numbers smaller. So you want three address digits or 4 address digits. Splitting it where we split it allows, when you get to Sunny Isle area, the maximum digits you have on a street address is 4. But because we use Frederickson as the point of origin, was the only way we're allowed to do that. So Frederickson does play an important role in the system itself because it starts right there by the dock. So that's where point zero, but everything else is built off of that. So we have that. We're not changing any of the road names that exist in the territory, nowhere. So all the road names that are existing stay. We're just adding the address point to it. So say you live on King Street, your parcel was 13 King Street. You'll have a street address that says 23 8 King Street that is tied to the road. And the same way nationally. Most people know their street address, they don't know their plot address in the States. But you still have the two of them and they're linked together forever. Your street address on your property. I know it's a lot in a very short.
Well, I tell you one thing, as a Frederickston, you confuse me a little bit because when you use a fish market as your starting point and you keep referring to it as the dock, you know, you lose me.
Okay.
Because we know the dock.
As Annie Abramson.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you want me to call it? Just let me know
No,
what you
that's,
want me to
it's
call
not
it.
what you call it. I want to understand what is
We put a point of
project
origin.
that you do.
Yeah, we put a point of origin right there at the end of Fifth Street, right where that whatever goes into the water goes into the water. Whatever, what do you call that thing? The ramp that goes into the water.
Yeah.
So we'll call it the ramp. That's the point of origin, right where Fisher Street starts.
Yeah.
Because that's a main throughway heading all the way up, past all of the main cutouts for Frederickston.
Well, it would never get to New Street.
Yeah, it's all connected. All the roads are
Yes,
connected. All the roads are connected. So every road in St. Croix is connected through this project. It's just the numbering starts there and spreads out, and then Cross Street spreads out. So it's a lot of the technical stuff. I would like to bring in a map for you and just go over that.
I would, because as a Frederick said, that says, I'm just learning here and now that New Street connects to Fisher Street. I didn't know that.
So all the streets connect.
I didn't know that.
We have a free. You're aware
Okay.
of our free public viewer. So we have a
No.
free public viewer called usvi.mapgeo.io, and on it you can go and see property. You can go and see the progress of the road project. Sorry, you can see ownership. You can see like the soil surveys, FEMA flood information, topology. We have aerial imagery from Irma Maria up there, and all of it's free of charge. Go up there, use it for free.
Okay.
So you go up there, you can look for your property. You can zoom into Frederickston. So, okay, I'll show you. We take this thing very serious.
You're showing me, and you're going
And
to.
New Street, right there, connects to Fisher Street.
Yeah.
Fisher Street,
Yes.
New Street, King Cross.
Well, there's one other street. East Street.
East Street, yes.
East Street is what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
East Street is not connected to Fisher Street.
No, it's connected to King Cross. Yeah,
That's the
yeah. So
New Street is the one that goes by
the cemetery.
the cemetery. All right.
So we are we tried we spend a lot of time as far as speaking with the community. That was probably my third or fourth presentation to our town Frederickston, because it's something that for me as a local born and bred, I want the people to believe in it.
Yeah.
So you gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, again, as Frederick said, I would know, okay, you're not going to be changing any of the names in the town, you know. But then we have, I guess, what you would call suburbs, LaGrange.
Yeah, some subdivisions out in LaGrange, Little LaGrange, Fredericks Ave, those areas have roads historically that have never had a name on them. Never. So we're asking those communities to come up with a name for those streets. So the people who live there, our district manager either goes physically to the street and talks to the folks, or they hear us on the radio talking, or however the process works. We just try and make sure that we're actively targeting our local people to get this done. You know what I mean? Because we want the people who live there their whole life, who have family history there, generations there, to be the ones naming it. We don't want to just come to do it. That has happened before. So we try and protect the integrity of our Virgin Islands culture as well through this project.
Well, I would imagine that there are quite a lot of, I guess, streets or roads that would be named, required naming. Like I mentioned, LaGrange,
it's
any number
it's a lot of that.
of roads that that's just it. We address it by
Don't go by Miss Mary house and make the left by the fence by the mango tree.
that's about it. Yeah.
And that's been the whole point. Yeah, you don't want, like, my father had a situation where he needed an ambulance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and we live up in Soulborough, up above town, and it's not
Okay.
an easy area.
Yeah.
You know? So, call 911. But me knowing the situation, I know I gotta go out on the main road
Yeah.
to lead these people in here because
Gotcha.
they ain't gonna find it.
Yeah.
And how much times that has happened across the territory
Yeah.
here in St. Croix, St. John. So we have to be able to stop that.
Well, this is really my infection question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you suggesting implicitly
Mhm.
that when this task is complete, we won't have this problem any longer?
Yes, we will.
Wherever we are in the Virgin Islands, we'll be able to direct each other, a tourist,
Just
or anyone,
put in your street address and go.
or those.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the we have like team groups that we work through with the project.
Yeah.
So we have our main group is emergency services group. So that's with VIPD, Fire EMS, BIT, and VITEMA,
Yeah.
and us. So right now we've tested that the addresses work in the dispatch center.
Mhm.
So if you call E911 with a street address, like we did it for St. John, they called from a resident called using a street address, it popped up right on the house, boom, on the screen.
Mhm.
1 second, boom. So the next step is we need to get it in the vehicles. So the officer or the asset, whoever it is, EMS technician, could get the route in to get to the place. So that is making sure that they could see the addresses pop up in the vehicle while they're driving. Turn right here, turn left here. You don't want them having to read and where I gotta go, I gotta turn right at the stop. You know, you want to turn right now, turn left now.
Yeah.
That's what you want. That's what it is in the States. That's how it is. You know what I mean? So they don't even worry about directions in the States with emergency management.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. You jump in and the thing tells you where to go. So our next piece is to test it in the vehicle. So that's what we're waiting for right now. I did get notice that they had some successes as far as end-to-end last week. So I can, by April, we should be able to do a full end-to-end test routing with the vehicle and the officer drive into the place they need help.
April is just a couple of weeks, less than a couple of weeks away.
Yeah. Because we already know it works in dispatch. We know it works in dispatch. Multiple times, multiple places across the territory. Call with a street address, boom, 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 pops up right on the house. So next thing is to make sure that our vehicle could travel without any issues, without having to learn or whatever, and get to where they're going. So that's where we are right now. So that's one group. The other group we have is the utility group. So that's where WAPA, One Communication, Waste Management, Public Works, Liberty Broadband. So that group is doing the utility management. They're trying to get addresses as far as how to use address in the permitting. DPNR is in that group as well.
Mhm.
In the subdivision process, where does it fit in the development of lands here in the territory? So there's a lot of different aspects that the street addressing touches. And then of course, the demographic side, which is like the census, EDA, the business economics, the Google, Apple Maps. So we deal with that on that end. So there's three main focuses for the project: emergency services, utility, and demographics.
Seems like you got it pretty much worked out.
We need to finish this thing. The thing is, right now we at 85% right now, but we had our last push, and the last push is always the hardest because it's some of those roads that people weren't responsive, people that weren't really paying attention to the project, didn't care. But now we can't leave them out. You know?
Well, really, that raises a question I have to ask you. Like, what about roads where, well, nobody lives on it, but nonetheless, it's a road they get from A to B.
Yeah. And a good example is like the rainforest, going through the rainforest.
Yeah.
People, emergency might happen up there.
Yeah.
There ain't no houses up there. You still need help up there. So every road itself will have address information in it. So if you call from a certain place along the road The system can calculate your distance from end to end where you are specifically on the road.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if you just give them your parcel, if you give them a street address, if you tell them, I don't know where I am,
Yeah.
you're still supposed to get help you need. So that's inevitably, that's the end result that we want to get. So
Because but you said that April
for the E911
uh,
in St. John, not in St. Croix, St. Thomas, just St. John. So St. John's finished, so we're doing a lot of these pilot things over there.
but you know, in what I guess what we would call the suburbs of Fredericksburg, and pretty much the suburbs of Christian State. I don't know if you would consider that suburbs like the area between the town of Christian State and East End, but do that. I mean, I don't know how many roadways we did. That's why I was wondering. I said you get that accomplished by next month.
Yeah, no, well, St. John is done. The territory wide, we're at 85%. So by the end of this year, we'll be done. This project. Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah, by the end of the year, we'll be done this project. The good thing is that we do have a lot of people who travel, even our local community who travel a lot.
Yeah.
Who been to the States and used their phone and got around and blah blah blah. You know, so it's not something too foreign right now.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe 30 years ago, it would have been like, what are you doing? Why you
Computer makes all the difference.
So yeah, I think it's like you said, it's a situation where the resources, the personnel capacity, the community, everything was just ready at that point in time. So it's just for us to wrap it up, and the money is free. We ain't got to spend not a dime on this as a territory, not one dime.
That's a good thing.
So we proved that it works. The feds were like, "Hey, okay, take the money, we'll do it." And they were so hesitant because they gave about 78 million to Puerto Rico to do the same thing.
It's a lot of money.
Do you know of any addressing program in Puerto Rico currently?
No, I don't.
They don't know where the money was.
That much money is
disappearing. So they're looking at us like, so the amount of hurdle and hoop and strain and stress and burden just to prove that this thing works, we had to do. Just because of what happened. So, but it's our home. We're doing it for our home. We're doing it for people. So it's not even a sweat out my brow to do it.
But it's a good, definitely a good thing. And in the age of technology where we are, there's no excuse for for us not being up to date.
And so much of the demographic stuff, like for the census, there's no politician alive or past in the Virgin Islands that knows what our demographics is, because you don't.
No.
You have a state level demographics.
Yeah.
But you don't have house to house. You can't tell me what a concentration of local Prussians looks like.
Yeah.
You can't show me that
until
we have a fully functioning street addressing system.
Yeah.
So that way UVI goes out house to house. So now our senators know, okay, Manila Valley got a nice demographic. You can see the trends, see the shaping of the communities. The only way you get that is through street addressing. So we're hoping to be able to provide that type of resource to our leaders and our legislators to make the right decisions for grant funding and everything else.
Yeah. Now, I meant to ask you earlier, but we went on to something. We were talking about and back to LaGrange, because I spent a lot of time in LaGrange. How is it that you go about selecting the names? You said something about, there might have just 6 people living on this road and 4 of them could,
So they would independently generate the name, the group, the neighborhood.
So that the people
generate
who live there would be the ones generating the names. Makes sense.
And then the thing is too, you avoid the consult.
Yeah.
You avoid the consult at the back end.
Yeah.
So that's really, you want to please people, make them proud of the situation.
Yeah.
So that when they see the sign go up, they go take pictures with it with pride.
Yeah.
That's my father, that's my grandfather.
Yeah.
He was first man here.
Yeah.
He pushed the road.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of times, like for the real indigenous Virgin Islanders, I specifically go in and work with the groups.
Uh-huh.
So, like, I went to the Grove Place. I worked with Auntie Temi and Marissa there
Uh-huh.
to name all the roads in Grove Place.
Yeah.
The same way in Diamond, I work with Miss Paris.
Yeah.
So when it's a real like hood situation, I
Yeah.
go in myself because
Yeah.
I'm not leaving them out. I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
I'm from that. I'm from Hospital Ground.
We're glad to hear that.
Yeah, I'm from Hospital Ground. So
You know,
I come
we
from.
need more grounded leadership like that.
Yes, we're trying. We're trying. So we just want to make this work and get to the end in a good state. Make sure all the money is spent because we don't like sending back.
Yeah.
We don't want to send back nothing.
Well, so far so good because, like, well, and you heard my boss.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't aware of this.
And I'm gonna do better. 970. I don't see much more. But 970. I don't see much more. So I want to come in, introduce Pedro, who's our St. Croix district manager. He's out on medical leave right now.
Yeah.
So he'll be back next week. Back in the office next week and back on the grind again. So we try and wrap this up, like I said, wrap all the addressing up by the end of the year. Have the signs going up at the same time, so everybody gets their signs on. And then finish up. Let's wrap it up. But we have to do a submission to U.S. Department of Transportation nationally and DC and all the places. But they're already aware of it and ready to go.
But the understanding is that every roadway, every street
road
will have a name.
Stairway, and we have
and
alleyway
signs with the name.
and with the names that were generated by the community. So we have stairways in Rock that people have to walk down. That's the road.
Yeah.
It's a stairs.
Yeah.
So we have to address the stairs.
Yeah.
Name the stairs and address them. Give them address sheets for them stairs. So Garden Street, Savannah, all of that, everything, every single mode of traverse in the territory will be named and addressed.
Yeah.
It has to be over at least over 95% or 97% of them. That way, that's where you get accepted into the national framework. And then we get all the other cookies and benefits that come from that. So that's what we're really pushing for.
Sounds good.
We trying, Mr. Moore. But again, I'm really glad Ms. Moore called me yesterday. It's been on my mind to come on here because you're such a voice of the reasoned people, you know what I mean? People who actually would see this as something that benefit to the territory. So we really put some more energy to getting back over here and on the program.
No, I mean, it's definitely seems to be a program to make us much more efficient and really tied in to the age of technology.
Bringing us to the
So
modern
that,
era.
wherever you come from or whoever you might be, you can still use your methodology, you know, and apply it right here. To get you where you want to go, and that's
see the advantage to all the Airbnbs in St. John,
yeah,
all the private little guest house and things in St. John that's so hard to find.
yeah,
I mean, that's critical for them and their business. We're talking about economics now,
absolutely.
where addressing affects your economic output. So there's a lot of different things that we're working on, make sure that it works for everybody. So again, I'm gonna make all the steps in place to get back on. I want to make sure I'm running ads here because people are listening, especially heading into this last phase of the project, that everything is out and transparent. And for me, you know, I don't have a big family name. I don't come from people, you know what I mean? So my power is transparency.
George is a big name in the project.
Yeah, but I ain't.
Whether you're related by blood or not,
they don't work. I tried already. I tried already, but but I tried it all. Be like, wait, you look Dominican. You're not. So, but again, for me, transparency is key. Making the public aware of every aspect of the project, contractual, who's getting paid, what getting paid, our local vendors. You know, that's the mode we have to make sure it works. So again, thank you, Mr. Moorhead. Again, I'll make the processes to get everything in place to get back on 970 and make it a mainstay for this project going forward.
Well, hey, you got what it takes. You could articulate the program, and you know, which is what we need, and certainly, you know, in a matter of And now you brought me up to date.
Oh yeah, you
And
can now. You
I
can run the
think-
project now.
Yeah, I don't know about running the project, but
Just leave
I
it
think I
to-
understand it.
Okay, good.
Because I have had occasion to make use of this technology
Yes,
in
yes.
travels. So I know exactly what you're talking about. And again, yes, it is definitely, a step up for us here
Mhm.
as Virgin Islanders. And like you said, the economy
Yeah,
benefit from this.
it benefits
Yeah.
all our stores, everybody. So again, thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely be in touch, Mr. Moore.
We thank you. Thank you for the gift.
Yeah, of course. More gifts coming.
See you well, man.
All right,
Take care.
thanks.
All righty. Project manager, beloved. That's my name, Chris George. So, uh, well, I hope we all understand now how this thing operates for them and those who might not have been traveling off island to experience how this works in practice. It's very, very effective, and basically, this is what we want now to get on board with the age of technology, and certainly, it is something we, as a community, particularly one who is so dependent on the industry of tourism, yes, it is very much needed that we could uh, have an effective and efficient way of getting about and for the strangers, new people, and like you said, Airbnb people trying to locate where they are. This is a most efficient, effective way of doing it. So we're at the top of the hour now, beloved, and we say thank you to the project manager, Mr. Chris George, for explaining the program to us. And we are very grateful, and we will be right back. of it. And yes, indeed, that was enlightening information that we can benefit from. And I think we will, if you could explain it to me and I could grasp it, I think you did a good job because, beloved, as you know, I am like living in a cave somewhere. I have no understanding of the technology that defines our age of technology. But I understood very well what Mr. George was explaining to us because on the little bit of traveling that I have done over the last couple of decades, I see how the age of technology has an impact on it, and it definitely is efficient in letting us get from point A to point B because, well, once it's all mapped out and the algorithm developed, it's only a matter of letting the computer know where you are and then where you want to get to, and it will give you the most effective way to get from your point A to the point B that you want to get to. So, beloved, we are back to education. And once again, I suppose I invite you to add whatever information you can to my attempt to try to explain the humanities to us. But, beloved, it is of critical importance that we understand how the humanities affect our day-to-day life, our perspective, our frame of mind, and more often than that, our opinions. Because, beloved, as we've been trying to make clear, this matter of humanities deals with things such as what I would call, again, the values that we attach to things, the principles that we try to live by, and the beliefs that we, well, assume. But let me say here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your call. Welcome.
Thanks. You've been talking about the humanities, and your last guest was on, the guest that you just had on,
Yes.
was talking about technology.
Yes, and I give him credit because he was able to explain it to me, and I'm a dummy when it comes to the technology of of our age.
Well, that's the thing that a series of thoughts came to me after that. And realizing that it was technology that made us slaves. The Europeans were able to come in and do what they want to do with Africa and still do. And across the country, we look at what Trump is doing because of their technology.
Yes.
Their advanced technology. That's what, it's not necessarily that they're better fighters or anything like that. It's just that they had superior technology. And you see this across history. The places that have superior technology are able to overcome places that have more better fighters.
Yeah.
With technology, you don't have to be that good of a fighter.
Yeah.
Especially in this current age. I mean, you just press a button,
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, as a race, we don't seem to have caught on to this. Our people tend to have very little interest.
But if I could be rude enough to interrupt, I think that but you covered this because in speaking to our being conquered, enslaved, and colonized because of technology, you implicitly saying that yes, and this technology has been able to keep us mentally enslaved to the point where
with our help, we are not interested. For example, look at China.
Yes.
China was conquered by the Europeans and were ruled by them for 10 years.
Yes.
Because they had the similar thing. They had superior technology, superior weapons. And so they were able to conquer China.
Yeah.
The Chinese realized this. And during that 10-year period, they developed their technology to where they were able to conquer the Europeans and kick them out.
I totally agree. But I'm saying to you,
we aren't trying to do anything to increase our technology. In fact, we run away from it. We don't encourage our children to go.
I am agreeing with everything that you're saying. But why I am being rude at this point is because I think you're missing the point that I've been trying to make. This is the fifth Wednesday now that I've gotten that I try to make, which is that our values, our principles, our beliefs, they were actually destroyed. This is the difference between us and the other races, other countries, China, as you just spoke in terms of they were able to come back. Yes, they had their values, they had principles, they had their beliefs. This is what I've been trying to get across to my beloved audience that hey, this thing called chattel enslavement, it actually dehumanizes human beings.
Okay, so that would explain the ones African descendants that were enslaved, but there was a whole continent that wasn't.
No. The whole thing, I beg to differ. No, the whole thing, because after the Atlantic slave trade came to a halt, in the mid-19th century, this was then when the continent itself was dehumanized. This is where now the Berlin Conference comes into play. And every single part of the continent, except for North Africa, which included Egypt, Ethiopia, every other part, again, your values, they were gone. Your principles, they're gone.
How was it so easy to do it to Africa, but not China?
Well, again, this is if we go back to, and we don't read enough, but what you have to say to you, please, when you get the opportunity, to try and read about what happened just about the 7th century before the current era. When I keep talking about Ashurbanipal, we're talking about Cambyses. They literally destroyed, made it a point of destroying our values, our principles, our beliefs. You could read about the bonfires that they made, of our books.
You see this throughout many areas and many generations. This seems to be a part of what they do, but somehow they couldn't do it to China.
Well,
because they tried, because this is what they have done everywhere else.
Well, maybe that's what we ought to look into, how they were not able to destroy China's values, principles, beliefs, that they had, enough values, enough principles to be able to come back.
Right. And of course, you can't find a lot about that period of history because they were unsuccessful, so they're not having that published.
There you are.
So it's kind of difficult. It's like I know it happened.
There you are, because the whole point is just this. See, to come back, we are trying to imitate our conquerors, our enslavers, our colonizers. We have totally lost track of the fact that we had our own values, our own principles, our own beliefs. This is totally out of our mind, and all we know now is that we have to be like I had a conversation with you, like Barack Obama. Again, this is a brilliant man, but he has no.
But the majority of us are not really doing that. So if we were going to be like them, then we would be into all the technology, learning the technology, using the technology, and we're not. We're adapting certain things. So I agree with you. Yes, there's a lot about our culture, in fact, more that is, but we don't seem to adapt the valuable portions of it.
And you have helped me to understand. Help me to understand how we still don't know that when we're talking about from Bob Marley and all of these of the mental emancipation, when we talk about mental emancipation that has, to follow physical emancipation, we don't at all realize that we have to talk about the values. And therefore, like, this is why I like to say, yes, that's President Barack Obama, a brilliant man. But he was able to show the world, specifically the United States of America's power structure, he was able to show them that he understood it as well, if not better than they themselves. So that the very structure that you're referring to, that actually conquered us, this structure that actually enslaved us, colonized us, this is what he mastered. Instead of learning,
to become president of the U.S. that is largely, European descendant. So of course you're gonna have to do that. But we don't. But that's if you're doing that. But if you're in music, if you're in science, you're in other areas. There are other areas besides becoming president of the United States. Only a tiny fraction of in fact, even a tiny fraction of the European people are going to become president of the United States, or even trying to become president of the United States. So that speaks to a small portion of any group is going to move in that direction. If you're moving,
I wish you could show me. I wish you could.
You don't seem to be trying to move in the directions that we know are important to any group. So let's say agriculture. We know that is definitely important. You got to eat, right?
Yes.
How many of us are into agriculture? It's like we tend to move into areas that are, they're good and we needed areas, but they're not the primary areas. The primary areas, we don't want to have anything to do with it because it's too hard, it's difficult, you can't be partying while doing this, and, we don't, it doesn't seem like we have any interest in taking care of ourselves.
But this is part of the aim, the objective of what is called dominance, and
Right.
this is
That the
this.
person to rely on you for their existence, and so of course, how are they going to ever go against you?
This is just it, and so that basically, we have accepted our inferiority as much as we were ready to fight to the death to anyone who accuses us of being inferior. We're ready to, hey, fight him to the death. You crazy? You effing telling me that I'm inferior? But this is just it, including, I hate to say it, including the actions of the first black president, Barack Obama, because basically he said, yes, our way was inferior. You got to do like me and adopt the superior way of life. Check how I did it. This is what we have to do. And I say, many of us would like to be able to say, but
I don't know if that's truly how he feels and what he
no,
does.
no, he couldn't possibly feel that way. He couldn't possibly feel that way. No, he doesn't feel that way. He is not going to.
And what he was, if you want to be president of the United States, you have to appeal to the majority of the people. And if you want to be president of any country,
yes,
you have to appeal to the majority of the people of that country.
Yes. But that's the point that I'm making. You are appealing to who are the European descendants. You're not appealing to your fellow brothers and sisters who were the victims of the conquest, who were the victims of this.
I think in some points in time he was. They're clearly appealing to
but this is
not worried about appealing to the
no.
But at the same time, he is a balance type what he had to walk, or he wouldn't be president. He wouldn't get that pulpit to try to appeal to his people. So when you're president, anything you say is national news.
Again, I wish I could accept that. I wish I could accept that. If that was the case.
He also took time to appeal to black people.
No.
I definitely, I saw it. I knew what he was doing, and he did.
Well, all right. Well, please.
He couldn't use it 24/7, but he took it when he could. He did.
Well, excuse
me.
And
I definitely, I knew that's what he was doing. Other people didn't seem to realize that's what he was doing, but I saw it and I knew exactly what he was doing, and he did do this.
Well, as articulate as you are, please, bring me on board, because when he won a second term, why then? And show me how, it's indicative to you that he understood that, yes,
Well, remember what his second term, what he was facing in his second term. He, at that point in time, so his first term, at the first 2 years, he had at least the House was predominantly Democrat. I can't remember the Senate. But in any case, after that, he had a predominantly House and Senate of Republicans. And so he had to fight for every little spot.
You give me and you're quite capable of it, but it's procedural, it's pretextual, and it's gaslighting. Because what I'm saying to you is that he did have the opportunity when he won a second term to get it across somehow because hey, the man is extremely intelligent. I give you that. He should have been able to explain that, hey, listen, we cannot accept the values of those who made us victims. We have to be able to, let them and the whole world know that we as Africans and descendants of enslaved Africans, we had a system of our own. We had values of our own. We had principles of our own. We had religion of our own.
How long you think he would have lasted before they
I don't know. Maybe just days. But the point I am making to you is that he did not understand that.
I think he understood what he's saying, but I think he did what he could. He didn't have the Republicans were in control of the House, which impeaches, and they were in control of the Senate, which has the trial to kick you out of being president. He would, if he did what you were saying, he would not have completed his second term. He would have gone down as an embarrassment as a president in history. And what would that do for black people?
Well, you tell me how.
His survival alone did something a lot for black people. So that even though he had a House and a Senate against him, and publicly came out and said, we're going to oppose every last thing. They publicly came out and said this. We're going to oppose every last thing you send to us. And he still got stuff done. He did it through executive order and still had a successful second term. So I don't think you're totally looking at the picture of what he was in. The guy from Mitch McConnell, from the president, the head of the Senate, said, we are going to oppose every single thing that he sends to us.
Yes.
And you still got things done. I've never heard them say that. Even this guy now, who's doing all kinds of crazy stuff, they're not saying that. I've never heard any time in my lifetime that the Senate or the House says we're going to oppose every single thing that the president sends to us. Never heard that. And this is what he was up against. So if you look at the whole picture of what was going on, he did a lot for that situation. He did as much as he could. And whenever he had a chance, he did something. But he was faced with something that no other president I know in recent history faced. So I think he did as much as he could. And still coming out as people are looking at one of the best presidents ever. I think that was a major accomplishment, and that alone again is something for black, because it's something that a lot of young black people can be very proud of and feel good about themselves and their ability to do things. Which is what you're saying is part of the problem. We don't think that we can do things. We think that Europeans are superior to us. We can't fend for ourselves. We can't deal with our situations. We just have to wait for them to solve our problems. And I think Barack Obama did a lot to show no. Before being president, he was a community activist in Chicago, showing the black people in Chicago that they can do stuff for themselves, for their community. So I think he did as much as he could in the environment that he was in. Unless he wanted it to be short-lived, do some stuff and then being thrown out. which I don't think would have been the best thing for black, because they would just undo them. We've had some circumstances in the VI where the lieutenant governor disagreed with the governor. The governor went off, out of things. So the lieutenant governor was governor, and so they did what they thought should be done. And then when the governor came back, he just undid them.
I'm aware of that.
And that's what would have happened with Obama.
I don't think that it's the same situation, but then again, I yield this one.
Obamacare, they're trying to undo that for how many years they've been trying to undo Obamacare, which is giving insurance to uninsured. How could you be against that? But yet still they are and have been trying, but it hasn't worked because it's something that's needed. Their own family members are using it. So they definitely would have undid, and they look at the DI, what they would do is to try to undo the positive things that happened under Obama and Biden. And so if Obama didn't have 8 years to solidify some of these things, they would have easily undid them. We would not have Obamacare at this point. The people would have been out of insurance. A lot of black people, disproportionately black people, are using Obamacare, and they would have been out of that.
Right.
And if you look at most of the stuff that he did, he was doing it for black people, but it just wasn't for them alone. But a lot of stuff that he did, Obamacare, student loans, disproportionately helped black people than any other. He did a lot of stuff for black people, but it's just he didn't do it in these blatant ways that, it was, again, they would have easily gotten rid of. If white people also weren't positively affected by Obamacare, that would have been gone. You see how easy DEI has been torn out?
Yes, I see.
And so Obama's very smart and very clever, and he did what he tried initially. He saw that he was going to gain backlash, and that wasn't going to work. He went back and thought of other ways to do it. Say ways that were not as obvious and also not as easily undone. So I think he did as much as he could. He probably wanted to do more. Probably wanted to do a lot of the stuff that you're talking about. He realized as president of the United States, they were not going to let him do it. And they would get rid of him and undo anything that he did.
Granted, and that's why, again, you're answering the question that you raised initially. Why is it that China was able to come back? And why is it that China doesn't have to be like America? Why did China be successful in its own way, with its own values, its own principles, its own beliefs? And this is what we're talking about here when we talk about humanities and the fact that, that's that odious system, chattel enslavement that actually destroyed our humanity, so that the people who could build a structure like the Pyramid of Giza, they have no understanding of how they could have done that, because this is what caused that tremendous exodus. It wasn't about crossing the Red Sea, and split it so that you could have your exodus go across. No, it was the exodus that came out of Northeast Africa, specifically the Nile River Valley, because the barbarians finally succeeded. And they did it to the point that they made sure that they destroyed everything that made the African so successful that they could have a civilization, a society that endured for more than 10,000 years.
Yeah, yeah. And it's clear that they did because, I mean, you're telling me that nobody wrote down, nobody knew how the pyramids were built. They just popped up there, nobody even, took notes. So
this is why the Babylonians, this is why the Assyrians, this is why the Persians, why they have to destroy it. This is why they had those bonfires. You know, I wish we could read more. I really wish we could read more and understand more. And I said that as I read his book,
you have to know that there's stuff missing. You know, if you sit and think for a short period of time about the pyramids, how in the world nobody knows how they were built? Even if it was alien technology, nobody wrote it down that these aliens came, built these pyramids and then left.
The same way how we learn to measure time. Do you know what a breakthrough that was? Just to measure time.
Yeah.
And again, all of this is what caused, the Northerners, the Europeans, to have such hatred for African people. Yeah. We were too capable. We had to be destroyed. And I'm trying to point out to you that, hey, we have been so destroyed that even the most brilliant amongst us think that the only way forward is to be a better European than the European himself.
Mm-hmm. And you bring up an interesting point because I don't think like the people that I grew up with and in the time period that I grew up, I don't think that was the thought.
Well, that's the point. That's the point. That's the point. You're now starting to go down the path, that we wish, the consciousness of an Obama had gone. And not that, again, we want to be changed because, like I said, he would have been assassinated within hours.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Because this
and that's the thing. I'm not sure if it comes from there. And even in other communities, I don't think it necessarily came from the leaderships. There were people in the communities doing their thing. And then once it became solid, then the politicians promoted. But it doesn't really, I don't think it comes from the politicians. It comes from the people in the community. For example, in science, Isaac Newton, he wasn't a politician. He wasn't backed by any politicians. It came from, but once physics got to the point that they saw the usefulness of it, then countries start to put money into their research and their this and their that. I think these things come from the community. It's sort of maybe for lack of a better word, a grassroots effort. And then the politicians, once it's going on and they see it successful and they see the use, then they become a spokesman for it. So it appears that, it started with them, but it really didn't. It started many, many years before them. And they are the latecomers. They join in after a while, And so I think we shouldn't necessarily, we should expect our politicians to eventually join in to see the value. But to get it going, the initial momentum, I think it comes from the people, comes from within the community. And also the same thing with the value of valuing themselves. I said I've seen it in the Virgin Islands and it worked and it was successful for a while, but then by the 80s it went away. But in the 70s, early 80s, there was a lot of Virgin Islanders that went on to do a lot of great things, and I knew that and didn't think themselves inferior. They thought, when they looked around, they saw people like themselves were the ones that were doing things. But then by the mid '80s, that seemed to have crumbled. And I guess a number of things happened. One is technology, unfortunately. Media, you had the internet, you had social media. So now people in the VI were not, children growing up weren't isolated in that sense. They were getting the media from the mainland, which then I could see in fact, one of the reasons I moved home was this, that, thinking about my children, that if they grew up on the mainland, what they're going to see is a lot of, Europeans doing things. They're not going to see, unless you really worked hard, they're not going to see that a lot of Black people have done things. A lot of Black Americans are unaware of positive things that Black Americans have done. What they are aware of are the rappers and the actors and the athletes, who a lot of them are not doing positive things. And they have no clue that there's a whole heap of Black people. Like I said, the guy who basically started this AI stuff, which started out with search engines, is a Black man. I would tell you, I would put money on it that 99% of Black people in the U.S. don't know this. There are all kinds of stuff that Black people have done, but it's not spread among the Black community, and the white community don't really have nothing much to gain in spreading this. So they don't spread it. But we don't spread it either.
Right.
And so so anyway, that was one of my major reasons to move home. I was thinking, where is a good place in the U.S. to raise a Black child? And I couldn't come up with anything. And I was like, well, home. I was like, I had a good experience. My classmates had good experiences. They were all off doing good things. And I was like, yeah, there's a lot of killings and other things, drugs and that kind of stuff. But there's a significant portion, and I think you're hard pressed. Now, you might find it in Atlanta. Atlanta has changed a bit since then. And you get more, pockets of Black people, that are doing positive things. But the VI at that time when I was looking, I couldn't find any place better than the VI. Yes, it had its problems, but you had a lot of Black people there too that thought positively about themselves, and were doing positive things. And so if you, are paying attention, you can have your child have a very positive experience. And my children did. And they have gone on and are going on and are doing really good things. It worked out exactly the way I wanted it to work out.
Very good.
So but I believe it's because of our isolation that we can achieve that.
Have you ever heard of a book called Hidden Figures?
Yes. Yeah.
You read it?
I saw the movie too.
Oh, it's a book. You ought to read the
they
book.
made a movie out of it.
You should read the book.
Yeah.
You need to read the book. And again, it will somehow, give you a bit of a connection to what has been lost and what our capabilities and our being, yes, the African people, the original people, not better, but very different. And you can get that, well, yes, I've heard it. Matter of fact, I have a son who he's always promising to read it, but I've never read it. But yes, you given the opportunity, and I'm giving you the opportunity to get a hold of the Hidden Figures, read that book, and understand, that it is still there. But that what I'm saying is that it has been suppressed. And this is what took place in the 7th century before the current era. They knew what they were doing. And they
Well, of course.
specifically did that
Well,
and
and
decimated it.
I can see with, especially with slavery. I mean, you don't want your slaves to become problem solvers because their biggest problem was slavery, and you don't want them coming up with a solution to that.
All right.
You know, but and as I said, the Europeans did this everywhere, South America, Africa.
Do
China,
yourself the favor, read Hidden Figures. Read it. Do yourself that favor.
I mean, but this is what
I have not seen the movie. I don't do movies, but I think that yes, your consciousness would benefit from reading Hidden Figures.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, there's a bit. Yeah,
because it deals with a lot of what we've been talking about here, and what an Obama was missing, the consciousness that these three women, oh man.
And see, that's what I was talking about. I think that's where it comes from in a society, not necessarily from the political leaders, but from the people within, and their families, and their children.
Yes.
And so this, I think, where the battle is fought. And eventually, once it's like 3/4 of the way won, then the politicians step in, and so then it seems like it came from them. That's similar to like science and technology, for instance. Most new technology comes from physicists, experimental physicists. Then when they show that it can be done, once they show it can be done, they are no longer, they've done their part. That's the thing that they're interested in, showing that it can be done. Then they hand it over to the engineers, and the engineers then make it in a way that the average person could use. Because like the physicists in the lab, only the people working with him him or her can make it work. But if it's a product, you need the average person to be able to make it work, like a microwave. And so the engineers do it. But it takes about 10 years from where the physicist drops it and says, okay, here, it can be done, this is how it can be done, to when finally you get a product that the average person could use.
Yeah.
But by that time, the average person sees that it's coming from the engineer. So they think all this stuff came from engineers when it really didn't. I would say 9 out of 10 things came from physicists. But there's that 10-year gap. So like when I was an undergraduate, I found out about the CD from a guy from NASA came into our class and was talking about the NASA and all the developments, and he brought up the CD. It took 10 years from there before I saw a CD on the the store to be sold. And there was a number of things like that that I found out about, in school, about physicists. But then 10 years later, there was finally of the product. So I think it's the same thing with a lot of the politicians put forward. It's been, people have been working on that for a long time, and it's when it's about completed, that's when they become the salesmen of that. So they aren't the makers of it, they aren't the developers of it, they're the pitchmen. Once it gets to a point where there is something to pitch, that's when they come in.
Hey.
And so, I think that's what, at least that's how I see things happening in the world.
Well,
so
we'll keep hope alive, as Jesse Jackson said. We'll keep hope alive.
Right. Yeah. Oh, you heard of there's a little battle between Jesse Jackson Jr. and some of the politicians that like Obama and Biden. at his funeral, at Jackson's funeral?
No.
Yeah.
Like I say,
No,
when it comes to current events, I'm usually,
right.
a
That's what I was saying.
day or two, sometimes a week behind. But no, I'm not familiar with it. Whatever it's taking place between
Let me
them
just
now.
tell you quickly before I go. He apparently at the funeral, both Biden and Obama, they made mention of the nonsense that's going on. Talked
They
about
were at his
Jackson.
funeral. They were at his funeral.
Yeah, they both spoke. There was a bunch of people who spoke.
Okay.
Yeah. Kamala also spoke too, and so initially somebody said she was also one of the people that he was upset with. But when I read the news article, they didn't mention her. But
Okay.
anyway, they of course talked about the chaos that Trump is happening, and
Yeah.
of course Jesse would be against. And so anyway, after the funeral, Jesse Jackson Jr., who's trying to run again, and of course wants a pardon from Trump, he started to say, "Oh, speak badly of Obama and Biden," talking bringing it up at the funeral, saying there wasn't a place for it and that kind of stuff, and that how they didn't know his father, and that they shouldn't have been doing it. So 2 days after that, right, Obama posted something in response to that.
Yeah.
And you were saying that, you have your legacy of your father, which is yours, but you don't have the history, and you can't control history. And he said that Obama, protested and stuff in Chicago with Jesse Jackson.
Uh-huh.
So it's like he don't know his father and stuff. He don't know what his father was doing, apparently. And I said, Obama was a big, community activist, and so he
Yes.
was involved in all the stuff that Jesse did in Chicago.
Yes.
During his time, he was involved in it too. And here now you have his son telling him now he don't know his father, and he shouldn't be talking about stuff. And again, but it's obvious what's going on. Jesse Jackson Jr. is trying to get a pardon from Trump, so he figured attacking Biden and Obama would make it more likely for him to get it. But
that's something
Obama,
else I wasn't aware of. What is it that he wants pardon? Pardon what?
He got convicted of something. I don't remember the details, but he got convicted of something.
Oh, okay.
And so I think he needs Trump's a pardon in order to run again, and he is interested in running again.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's trying to nice up to Trump.
Understood.
But as Obama says, he doesn't have control over history.
Well, very interesting.
Legacy is his, the name is his, but the history is not.
Yeah. But there you have it, and again, do yourself that favor if you're ever able.
Yeah, I will.
Read that book. Read that book.
So I think the book I should at least halfway enjoy. If I halfway enjoy it compared to the movie, I'll be happy.
Oh man, I don't know what the movie was, but the book speaks to, so much of what I'm trying to convey to you. In terms of
I do, and I think I understand what you're conveying, and I do agree. But I'm just throwing in some other stuff too that and I think it supports what you're saying is that we need to take control of our existence.
Yes.
Yeah, and only children put their existence in the hands of their parents and adults.
As a matter of fact, even talk about children, and I certainly won't be around to see it, but Africa is producing self-generating automobiles. They don't need fossil fuel. They don't need electricity.
Yeah, I heard about it. I have my doubts, but still, they're whatever they're doing something. They are definitely trying to do stuff for themselves.
Well,
And I'm
and
happy
this,
about that.
well, yes, this gives me hope that yes,
Right.
indeed, you know, there is hope for the future.
Right. And what's the guy's name in Burkina Faso? I don't remember his name, but he also seems to be doing quite a bit. So it seems like they're turning a corner.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
But we thank you so very much. This has been illuminating.
Yeah, definitely. I got some good stuff, something that hidden figures to look for. In fact, as soon as I get the offer, I'm going to try to use the technology, download it onto one of my the iPads or something to read.
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
Yes, sir. Until we talk again.
Okay. All right.
All right. And yes, beloved, it is for us to grasp and that, here I can call it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And
I'm back.
welcome back.
I enjoyed that conversation you had about the naming streets and having those addressed in line. That's one of the things I was concerned about.
Yes, well, again,
physical address.
Mr. George was very, articulate, and he certainly convinced me, and it seems like he says 85% there. And, he was talking in terms of being it complete by next month. I said, that's
wonderful.
there's too much, but finally says, but by the end of the year, we'd be good because, yes, but we should be able to tell our computer where we are and where we would like to get to, and actually have it spelled out for us, just like he pointed out here. Yes, well, keep straight where you're going and take the next left, and so forth and so on, because hey, this is where we need it to be. And
yeah, it needs to be in sync with the Google Map too, because the Google Map has the route number, like but sometimes they don't have the road, the name of the road. Like Katbahosi is Route 64.
Yeah.
And some people never know Route 75 includes the Santiago, Bacon Santiago Road, which it takes you to Kingston Post Office.
Okay.
But people don't refer to those places by the route number nor the name of the road.
Yeah.
And then, as you mentioned, yes, when people ask for my physical address, I give them the flat number.
Yeah.
I know the street address. I know it's Mark Lane. I know how the road or street is, the difference between street and road, now they'll be called street.
Yeah.
But I know all of them in my area.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know. So even if I tell somebody, I could pin it and send a text, my exact address.
Yeah.
But because a lot of people don't know the direction and they don't use the Google Map, they still get lost.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. But I was saying, I see two categories of knowledge.
Yeah.
Knowledge of the physical or the natural world, and the knowledge of the artificial world, the world that we create, human beings.
Yes.
And I was going to mention, in my opinion, the 5 greatest inventions. I'm not necessarily in any particular order, but the top 5, I would say for sure, photography, voice recording or recording of music, CDs, that kind of stuff, and the computer. And okay, I had five in mind now. The digital technology, all with the email and all of that stuff. And in their top, I would say the invention of aircraft, because that has totally opened the world. And that's why this is the new world. The world that Columbus discovered for discovering the Americas. But now we have a global community.
Yeah.
We are connected.
Indeed, indeed. And I think that this is what he was explaining to us. I understood it, and I totally agreed. And yes, so that well, whether it's another month or it is by the end of the year, the fact that we are on our way to join in the digital world is is an accomplishment that needs recognition.
Yeah, that's a major accomplishment because if I lose my phone any place in the world, I can find it because of digital technology.
Right.
And that GPS system, a lot of people are not aware, it was invented by a Black woman.
Yes, yes, Miss West. I'm familiar with them, and I was just talking to Carla before you were talking about the three Black women of Hidden Figures, and he's telling about the movie. I don't know about the movie, but I recommend the book to anyone. It is very, very, very illuminating in terms of the capabilities of African people.
Oh, yes. It's believed that the Egyptians already were using light. Before they have big Thomas Jefferson, they created some type of light bulb. And scientists are wondering to this day how they were able to build the pyramids. Now, I don't believe that theory that aliens from extraterrestrial beings from some planet X came down and showed the Egyptians how to do it. It's just that we haven't discovered that. It hasn't been discovered. That's still one of the mysteries of the world. How did they build the pyramids and some other structures too in remote areas and Easter Island and up in Peru, in the mountains, in the Andes mountains, they are stuff. They had a calendar.
Machu Picchu.
The calendar we use today is the Solid Bulgarian, but Egyptians and Ethiopians don't use that one. They have a different calendar.
Yes, indeed. Well, and thank you so very much. And I would, encourage you to do some reading. And yes, Hidden Figures.
I definitely want to read that. Yes, I know I am aware of it. And
you should
read
it.
Power.
Yes,
I
indeed.
continue to listen and see what knowledge I can glean from your show. And thanks for continuing to educate, enlighten, and inspire us.
Thank you so very much. Take care of yourself and keep on. Hey, forward ever, backward never.
For sure. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Beloved, hold straight. We will be right back. We're back. Yes, beloved. We have been fortunate for some of the discussions that uh, we experienced this afternoon. And hopefully, you, my beloved audience, get a better grasp and can better assimilate what I am trying to explain in terms of humanities. Because, well, basically, like I said, the science is understood. We understand how it's universal, how it's uh, all the same, regardless of where we are on the planet, or who we might be sharing with, that it's universal. And so that things scientific are going to be universally the same everywhere. That's what science refers to. That's what it's all about. But, beloved, when it comes to everyday issues like we share right now, uh, whether it is President Trump and the Trump administration, along with uh, Israel, uh, beloved, I am certainly not as up to date as you would be, but I've gleaned enough information to see that you can actually, well, interpret the differences that, well, has caused these nations to go to war against each other. And it's, well, because of the differences between us, the difference of values, the different principles, the different religion, even. Yes, and religion is a big one here with this. But let's see. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Moya.
Oh, welcome. Good afternoon to you.
Well, let me ask you this. You kind of highlighting and putting forth this distinction between science, knowledge-based and science, I guess the humanity was maybe local, very local.
Yeah. Well, you might have different names for them and stuff, different people label. But,
I hang up on the label.
okay.
I hang up on the content.
Okay.
I will tell you why. Because I don't, my way to interfere with our conversation. Okay, let me, right? I look at human being, all human beings, right?
Yeah.
A man of sense, a man of the world. He took upon world. I don't think he was a metaphysicist or idealist or those forces inward looking, those type of abilities was not in play as yet. That kind of sophistication was not in play. His world and his knowledge was based on what his senses tell him. And the periodicity of the sun rising and setting, that was that was truth, that was durable, that was eternal. The phase of the moon, the same thing, the stars setting and rising, the constellations, etc.
that's what his principle was based upon. This principle being came out of colorful fancy of imagination. His belief that led to his religion was based upon what he observed in nature, where you see animals with mate with brothers and sisters, the mother and son. That's what his belief in mythology and then his religion reflected those same situations that he saw. That kind of reverential feeling that we had to, that we now have towards our mother and our brothers and sisters, that did not exist in all the human society. Otherwise, it would not allow for the mother and the son to cohabitate in that way, for the brothers and the sisters. That reverence wasn't there, that led to that moral obnoxiousness that later religion and later generations indoctrinated in the older typology and mythology and belief. I think the comparative religion, mythology, and language will bear fruit in that situation. So that's why I hear what you say and I understand what you say, but I will put it in context of those all the people. I don't think their scientific with gravity. I don't think gravity was a part of their belief system, other than if they climb up on something and they fall, but not to incorporate more than the rising and the setting of the sun, the phasing of the moon, the shedding of the leaves of the trees, the resurrection of the vegetables. That was more prominent in their beliefs, in their mythology, and extended to their religion, no matter how abstract and how human we might be looking in our modern times. Peel away those layers and you get into that natural beginning.
Well, I hear you, but I would still offer you the things that condition our consciousness so that you will hear me say the environment over and over. And I'm saying if the early man that you're referring to is in a cool environment, I do believe they wouldn't call them that. And that's what I said, the in terms of labeling, the terminology wasn't there. But yet and still, you will have a different way of looking at fire if you come in a cold environment as opposed to a warm one. And this goes back to, like you're talking, the early man. You know, just because of the different environment.
So, make a distinction, you say that you're using the element fire, but in the two environments, they take water and they heat it, the same reality, the same evaporation,
Yeah.
You put it in the thing, it's going to burn you.
Yes.
So that's a commonality, whether it's cold or hot.
Yes.
So I think they would notice that similarity.
But also that if you're the cold, it could help you to feel warm.
True.
So that it would, be an effective tool. Again, I don't know what you would call it, but it's still a tool that could use against the cold environment.
Not only was it a tool, the cold environment, it provides light. That was a matter of fact, the warmness of our body, right? There's a similarity that we were all on fire. And you will find in most of those ancient
Yes. But the point being that the environment in which the people find themselves, whether it is cold or warm, it has a difference on their consciousness. And therefore, how you would view fire if you come from a cold environment as to how you would view fire if you come from a warm environment. It won't be the same. It will not be the same.
Let me interrupt something here. The first fire man was aware of was the sun, the heat, right?
Yeah.
And that is universal. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
In a lesser extent, in the colder climate, you might not feel much heat, but yet and still, you were experienced because during a time of the season, you might have certain melt, certain glacier melting and certain things like that.
Uh,
So I think I wouldn't put too much emphasis on because of different climates and people live in different climates. You necessarily will develop a whole different set of values or culture that is so unique from one in a hotter climate. I don't share that. I think what was beneficial for human beings was in a sense universal, like food, shelter, and those other things that are universal, like family. People in the cold, they have affection towards babies. They have the institution of the family that's universal. Um, I think those basic human traits, whether you're in a desert or whether you're in a cold tundra, I think they are universal. And I think there's an element in human beings. Because explain this to me, right? And I want to be jumping from it. In certain depictions, you have like in a southern region, an illustration of some people call it a wizard. There's a man image with an animal, so there's an animal with either horn or antlers. That's in the southern part of Africa. And also in Europe, you find that same illustration. So it can be seen they develop independently or did that migrate with people and people carry that situation. Even though they didn't see the nature, right? The human being, what they see in nature, human being, like in the imitation of animals, they might wear the head of a buffalo, the skin with the hand, they might wear a fox. Just like how you see the Egyptian depicted, or you see the American Indians in certain documentaries with feathers and different animals, furs or pelts or skin, etc. And they, in their drama or in their rituals, they become, just like our carnivals, when they put on costume and become certain parts of a drama or a ritual. I think things like that happen. But I think I won't be so inflexible and so stiff in my definition of science and humanity being local and localized to like a different area of climate, fauna, and those things that in that environment. I think there are certain things that like I said, those things are beneficial, like the light and the movements of the stars, the position change every so often, but there's a regularity, there's a periodicity, a female menstrual cycle. All of those things are fundamental and they are periodical and regular. And I think principles and beliefs and values, they were not merely abstract, they were based on these natural phenomena and events. I think human beings were very, very observant in these things because that was the only teacher.
Right.
The mimic them. I think they're very hieroglyphic and the other earlier picture writing show evidence of that. They depict objects, animals, and things that was around in their environment. I think that proceed and then the more abstract form of our religion and even the humanization of it that sometimes we don't know whether or not they're speaking about nature or they're speaking about a real human being die and come back to us. I mean that all of that we lost. So we debating whether or not the resurrection was a literal historical fact or was it nature anthropomorphized with Zoom as a type or anthropomorphic rendition of nature.
Well, I would like to present you with a situation that we go back to, well, the early days that you have an appreciation for and see how you would react to it, which is like, okay, we are back to the early days, as you would put them, no? How is it that you have a situation where in the one when a child is born, the male appropriates it, names it, owns it.
That's when fatherhood.
No, slow down, slow down.
Oh, I thought you were finished.
No, not yet. You know, in later societies might refer to that as patriarchy. But we're not there. We are way back before this terminology is even in use. We're way back. Now, I gave you the one. The other hand now, when the child is born, no, the man does not get to appropriate the child. The man does not get to own the child. The child remains in the mother's family and lineage. Now then, again, much later times, they might refer to that as matriarchy. But we're not going with the terminology. I just want you to react now. So how is it that this would have come about without anyone knowing what caused man to take over the children born out of the woman, while in another society at the same time, and I'm not going to say whether it's in the cold weather or it's warm weather, but here you have now where the child remains with the mother and the mother's family. How do you explain the stark difference in these two kind of societies when you go back as far as you want to go to the earliest days? You had this distinction between how the family, the society was developed. One in which the man took over the child from birth, and the other where the child always stayed with the mother and the mother's family.
I don't know how far back to go back.
Yeah.
It has to start off with the mother. The mother was the first visible parent. She swelled, her belly swelled, her breast swelled, and she gave birth to the child. The father was basically, that was a disengaged. But in terms of where the child became belonging to the father and his family, it go back to a time when the mother and she probably had a brother or a sister. Because in the situation where you have like with the two twins, like Isis and her sister, you have in the Bible like you have with Mary and her sister, and you have Christ with them two mothers. When you have a situation in African societies where as the mother, the recognized Sarah, had either a brother or sister, and sometimes the brother, right? The brother, because it happened with the situation with Isis and Osiris, where the child, he's the uncle at one stage, and also he is like the father, and therefore they trace the lineage so that but it started with the female, and sometimes her brother would also give birth to children, and then yes, it's a kind of it's a different set of rules you're dealing with, but originally it started with the female, and whether with her sister or her brother and their children, and therefore you had a situation whereas the male became, or his family became the parent. A matter of fact, there was even a stage in society whereas the tribe, the tribe of like men who was to that age of reproducing, they become the father as a group and not as an individual, like the monogamous relationship that is now existing under the form of a monolithic concept of God. You had a poly where you had the several adult males, and they would be like parentage to the offspring. And that was a later stage that when the female, when they trace the child from lineage and stuff like that, or when she get a male child, and because she carried the blood was in the child, and then they being that he was the bearer of her blood, he automatically became like without him using that form as you say patriarch, the patriarchate or the patriarch or the paternity was traced through the male line and so forth like that. It's a while I read them saying this, so I have to go and refresh my mind in tongue, but I'm familiar with both concepts.
I'm just trying to get the reaction to how you would explain this distinction coming about from how you were talking about the early days when you were talking about,
I would start off if I would learn a little clarity. The parent in the earliest time was the female, the fact that nature allows she to carry the child. And if you see an animal, usually with the mother. And because there was several, they become promiscuous or mommy baby and father baby. And that is relegated to loose moral. That is before human being had developed the concept or the consciousness of morality, and they were imitating animals. We have several males would basically have to turn with a female animal.
But
the human society was structured like that.
Well, this is why I'm trying to carry you back all the way back where you are.
That's the earliest beginning of human. Well, I would ask you if matriarchal seem to precede the patriarch, right? How is it that the man is more masculine and stronger in the animal nature as well as human society? There was a value and an importance in bringing forward children, just like a tree that brings forward fruit, is more valuable than one that does not bring forward fruit. It's the same thing with the animals and the same thing with human families. They give values and importance to the bringer forth of life. And that is what has governed those early societies and not and might. And then a later generation with a more masculine type of value and rigor use might instead of the value of the reproduction of life and so forth like that. And the nurturing of the child. But then I would start off with it, even though you mentioned the male and the pathology without mentioning the term like patriarchy, it's either he was the brother to the female or he was the son of the female and grew up and white. It has to be a situation whereas because the blood was the mark, the blood was the foundation that tied the society. And that was identified and localized in the female. And I think the royal colors of the bread bear fact to that. Adam being red bear fact to that. That the blood that carries life, they also carry that other kind of the society. The blood royal, her son husband, that kind of incestuous kind of relationship that didn't carry the moral stain, that was there. And then I believe from that day, developed and led to like the patriarchal or the pathology with important was faced to the male. But I will go with the matriarch as the fact that nature comes down on the side of the female. When she goes to menopause, she can't bear no more child. So blood was very premium. There was a window when she was a bit fertile and productive, and when they're gone, it basically the growth of the society. So that premium and that value was placed on the female because of what nature did. Nature endowed with these capabilities, and the human being valued family, valued offspring in terms of like different handliness and the wealth of the nation, the productive and the depending upon the audience salvation was based upon food and drink. And then they say, blessed is the man who hunger and thirst, but the basic element was food and drink. That was man's survival. And when man mastered that in a more scientific, in a more orderly way in agriculture, it became a part of the religion, be it the Egyptian farmer, be it the Babylonian, be it even still veiled within Christianity, with the death and the resurrection of drinking my blood, or the wine, the symbol of his blood, or his body, the symbol of the wafer of the bread. All of that is based upon that natural fact. That's how I would explain it. When God took it a while, I went into those areas of, refreshing my mind, but you mentioned it, that's why I could resolve. Maybe you have a different explanation for it.
Well, how about the environment? Let us go back to cold in the north, warm in the south. And in the cold, might makes right. Survival of the fittest. And the woman.
No, because I have to interrupt because when the Europeans in the discovery, as you told me, the doctrine of the soul, that was too late in human society. They don't have literature. They had the Christian literature.
Well, and you the one bringing us forward. I was still back there where you put us initially to the early days.
But in them early days, that was European wasn't adventurous in that type of No.
I'm just simply saying in the early days,
Uh-huh.
you still had the difference between cold and warm temperatures.
Yeah, but you
And
have
that
to
in
have
the cold temperatures,
um
the strength of the man prevail over that of the woman. And that's so that in the colder temperatures, you find that it is might that is right, and it is survival of the fittest,
the
and it
reason
is
why
therefore the man that controls the child, even though it is obvious the child is coming out of the woman's belly.
I want to break that because if we say that the Bible was from the Middle East in that climate, that friendly climate, how come you have patriarchal in that environment before
Because you the one decided that's what the Bible represents the early days. And I did say that.
I
There's
I no I never no
what about the times before the Bible, before the Old Testament?
I was speaking about that. I was go and record the Bible is a repository of all the human practices. Like I was saying like in Egypt, in India, in Somalia, and those are complex zone of different cultures and civilizations. You have situation where the mother and the child they cohabitate, as well you find in Egypt and in India, and then the Bible reflects that in the form of Lot and his two daughters using a device, a narrative device as alcohol to represent a stage in human development and to add in the part with Ham and seeing the nakedness of his father Noah, a different generation add an ethic or morality to it. So something that was being in Abraham and Sarah was brothers and sisters, and there's not no immorality to it. But a later generation that imbued it with a moral, it became a lot thou shalt not uncover thy brothers or thy sister or thy aunt or thy mother. There would have been no doubt because there was a practice before. I believe the Bible records those in a different set of narratives that portray to a certain extent a new morality or a more ethical way of living, a more refined when man distinguishes himself from the animals, when he no longer sacrifice animals, he used a more refined form of atonement and stuff, etc. But as me want the man of it, but I see a difference um, when the European went out and the venture and colonized and abused the scriptures and distorted it and used a prejudice to exploit and oppress other peoples, etc. I see that different because there was a time in European history where you had like animals, warm-blooded animals in that region that was cold, and then you for me you were more exaggerated than I read to a little extent.
I am just older than you are. That's all. I'm much older.
No, the older, but
So that I've been at it longer than you. That's all.
well, that's a true statement, but you were more embrace a lot of read and that's nice, but the little that I do, I just try to get a lot out of it. I just try to but I I I the two areas, Mr. Moran, they had matriarchal and the two areas of patriarchal. I could see in climate that are temperate and friendly, produce militant people, warriors and so on like that. So I even though the climate was whether congenial to the nature of man, friendly, yet and still culinary and so forth, and that part of the Bible, the Europeans used and they utilized it and they conquered the rest of the world. You know what I mean? So, but I don't get that.
Well, just go with this one thing here. Take this with you. The earlier difference in the warm countries, like you refer to them now through the Bible, you're doing it here, you know, talking in terms of Ethiopia and the whole area there where you are talking about warm. The fact of the matter is that, again, you would not have needed any kind of development to see that it is only women and the earth that reproduces. You plant a seed in the earth, it reproduces. It could grow into the biggest tree. You know, all right. You plant a seed in a female, and it could grow into a child. Now, there is no other reproductive elements in life, only female and the earth. This is where reproduction takes place. You can't have the reproduction if the weather is too cold. You ain't gonna be able to put a seed, you know, in an icy ground and have it reproduce. And this is why now, but in the South, you are going to pay much more attention to that which could reproduce. And like I'm saying, this is what I want you to take with you. There's only two things that reproduce: the earth and females.
The female of the human species and the female of reptiles and mammals and
The female,
right?
the female, the female, the female.
Okay,
Yes.
right. So in the cold climate, you have animals. The
Yes.
bear, for instance, like in Siberia, the bear.
But they believe that it is the power of strength that allows for man to prevail over the harsh weather. And that's why they would think it is for them to prevail over the woman and to take possession of the child because they have the strength to which to protect it.
And Mr. Mohammed, I read about those things, those.
Well, there you are.
But no, I don't. When I was younger, my mind and my understanding was tender. I used to kind of embrace them, but after a little bit maturity and reason, because the kill, Mr. Moore, and I want to go back to a seed. You said the seed and woman, the seed, right? And I go just a little digression to show you the basis of our religion. The seed is basically seminal, it is foundational with potentiality. A seed represents both maturity and potential youth. It is the highest development of the plant to regenerate itself through seed. And it is the beginning of life. So it has to, you're familiar with the word January? Our month, first month?
No.
There is a word Janus, Janus or Janus or Janus, right?
Yes.
But there's an image of a man. He has two faces. In the
Janus.
Janus or Janus? Yeah. You familiar? You ever see an image where?
Yes, and I'm telling you about it. Janus.
Yes. Okay. With that, he a youth, and in the back you have the face of an elder. In Egypt, it would be, you ever heard about Beth, BESS, Horus, Better both spangled leg, bow-legged, muscular, bald-head, farmer Puta. He represents both the old and the young. Just like Janus represents the old and the young. The Bible says, Christ says, if you have seen me, you have seen the Father, and then the Father is one. The seed represents that. The seed represents potential youth or potential beginning of life, and also the climax or the summit to which a tree, which is maturity. So a tree, a seed has within it the Father and the Son in one. That's the foundation. That's the Alpha and the Omega. The beginning and the end. It begins with the seed and it reaches maturity with the seed. The cycle is complete. And another thing was that you always said in science, 1 and 1 is 2.
Yes.
Why not it was 0 and 1 equals 1? You ever factor in that? Instead of 1 and 1 is 2, it could have been 0 plus 1 is 1.
Yeah. Well,
But anyway, Mr. Moorhead, I go. Thanks for the discussion, but that's what I could bear and the conversation. I see. Yes, I can understand what you're saying. There are distinctions, but in the scheme of things, with those all these people, their regularity of the rising of the sun, the setting of the sun, the phasing of the moon, etc. That was their basically science. And that was a living science. That was durable, that was eternal. You know what I mean? And that's why I think they based their concept of belief that led to religion and led to the values, etc. and those eternal phenomena and occurrences. So thanks for the attention.
you're very welcome anytime, man. Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Already. Beloved, it don't matter what terminology you use. It don't matter what time period you use. Again, knowledge is knowledge. Whether it is primitive knowledge or sophisticated knowledge. Again, it is still knowledge, and therefore there's still two kinds. You still have the scientific and you have the humanities. It does not matter. What matters is that we fully grasp and comprehend that the scientific is universal and it is unchanging. It is exactly, precisely the same wherever you find it, whatever time in history you find it. It's still the same. Science is universal. It is unchanging. Now, the other kind of knowledge is always changing, forever changing. There are your humanities. And beloved, This is what causes the friction, the contention in the way the changes occur, so that your values don't have to be the same as my values. But if you have the military, or call it the martial capability to dominate my values, beloved, that is what war is about. And earlier, I was trying to get to that point, referring to where we are today, that you are in a better position to explain it than I am, because that's just it. I am not up to date on well, the development of call it the friction, the contradictions, the war that has unfolded in what, well, some people refer to it as the Middle East, and others call it West Asia, but it is nonetheless the area of great contention right now as to whose value, whose principle, whose belief will prevail. Because as we could clearly see, when it comes to the United States of America and Israel, they make no allowances for anybody else's values, principles, and beliefs. You have to accept the values, the principles, and the beliefs of the United States and Israel. Otherwise, you're an enemy. And this, beloved, is why it is so critically important that we understand humanities. Because as we're seeing it unfolded right now, in what they're referring to it as the Persian Gulf, where they say a significant amount of oil comes from and must traverse to get from its source of origin to its destination of consumption. It must pass through the Persian Gulf and some narrow choke point that they call the Strait of Hormuz. the Strait of Hormuz. And beloved, this is what it all comes down to in terms of humanities. The difference in values, the difference in principles, the difference in beliefs are severe enough for people to go to war. And correct me if I get it wrong, because like I said, I was late and behind in terms of the everyday happening. I do not have a smartphone. I do not have a TV. I do not have the social media. And so I let it be known that I am not as up to date as, well, most of you, my beloved audience. You are much more up to date on the developments than I am. I usually have my news, 24 hours to 72 hours of this. A week later is when I learned of some major development. But the point is that the humanities are of such gravitas, and are of such serious consequences that you have nations like the United States and Israel who are prepared to go to war because of the difference in values, the difference in principles, the difference in beliefs, because of the different humanities. And beloved, this is what it's all about. You could look at it, at a macro level, and it comes down to seeing that, beloved, it's like, how is it gonna? China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Those are four countries that share similar values. Similar principles, even in some cases, similar beliefs. So that just the difference in values makes you an enemy to who is perceiving you. Because you do not share their values. Like in our case, the United States and Israel right now, they don't share the values that Iran holds dear to them. And this is why understanding humanities is so critical. Because this is what it comes down to, beloved. That yes, United States and Israel are prepared to go to war. They are prepared to totally demolish the values, principles, and beliefs. They are prepared to totally destroy the humanities of the Iranian people because it's simply not in keeping with the values of the United States and Israel. But we're beginning to see more and more that, beloved, it's not as simple and cut and dry as that. Because, beloved, the United States and Israel are finding themselves embracing a different set of values to the European allies. And so, yes, beloved, there is a critical need for us to grasp and fully assimilate how humanities are the cause of war between peoples. Oh, we're at the top of the hour. We take our final break of the day. And so, hold straight, beloved, we will be back. We're back, beloved. And yes, indeed, this is last lap for my one and only sisters program education. Now, as I'm sure you have noticed, I have a slightly different approach to education, but it is still in keeping with education and what my one and only sister works to develop and our outreach by way now of the Board of Education is hopefully accomplishing some of the much needed changes that this unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States so desperately needs. But yes, my approach to it is to clearly break it down from the formal definition of education that we see as going to school, kindergarten, right through first, second, third, all the way up to 12th grade. And even beyond the grade school, there's still more formal education to be had. Get your bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a doctorate degree. All of these things here. But beloved, from my point of view, it still all breaks down into two kinds of knowledge. Yes, two kinds. What we've been saying now for, I don't know, it's 5 Wednesdays now that we've been substituting. But either which way, it is to share my perspective with you, my beloved audience, that, beloved, it requires more intensive analysis of what we just take for granted. And we just assume, taking it for granted, that on July 3rd, 1848, our ancestors here successfully emancipated us from physical enslavement. And that's a fact. That took place July 3rd, 1848. But beloved, I have been trying my best, sometimes not as effectively as other times, but trying my best to explain that it is not just a matter of emancipation from physical slavery to then turning our attention to get emancipated from mental slavery. There is much to analyze, dissect, and comprehend, beginning with the enslavement. Beloved, chattel enslavement is the most odious system of domination that I can think of. Because, beloved, it not only speaks to conquest and enslavement, but it speaks to how our values, it speaks to how our principles, and definitely it speaks to how our beliefs are totally destroyed, just demolish, as we would say, no, just smash up. So that we no longer have the consciousness of human beings. Our consciousness has been totally dominated by our conquerors and enslavers. So that we no longer have values of our own. We no longer have principles of our own. And we no longer have beliefs of our own. This is why it is such an odious system. Chattel enslavement. Beloved, it dehumanizes human beings. So that, yes, you're still a human being, and you still possess the ability to labor. And that, beloved, is what our conquerors, it is what our enslavers desperately needed, wanted, and committed to dominate and control. Dominate and control our labor power. So that we no longer were living for ourselves. So we were living for our conquerors, living for our enslavers, so that our, how can I say, Our values disappeared. Our principles disappeared. Our beliefs disappeared. And our conquerors, our enslavers, they now control us as just objects of property that they could use for our labor power. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario. How are you?
Trying hard, son. Thank you for your call and welcome.
Well, the reality, Mario, we've been dehumanized. That's the reality.
That's right. That's right.
When you take away a person's mind, they look at Mario. You have to be training like an animal, a form of an animal.
That's
With a
what
law. With a hostile.
we don't want to admit it. We don't want to admit it, but that is precisely what happened. You know, we were conquered, we were enslaved, we're still colonized, and we've still been dehumanized. We don't have any values of our own.
But if we don't learn about African heritage and African people in terms of the first civilization, we'll continue to be dehumanized.
That's
They
it.
don't teach that in our educational
That's
program.
it. That's it. Yeah.
Okay? Let's start with that. So, if you take Africa out of it, then who is educating you? The same European leaders that colonize you, take you off the plantation, free you,
Yeah.
and put you in their institutions of college of higher, so-called higher learning.
There you go.
And they teach you what they want you to know,
There you go.
not even to yourself.
There you go.
And you're still being dehumanized.
Yep.
Because I'm a senator.
Yep.
I'm the governor.
Yep.
I'm a lawyer.
Yep.
I have, bachelor's degree. I have master's. I have doctorate
Yes.
degree.
Yep.
And then I am part of these clubs and cliques and sororities and frat brothers and so forth.
Mhm.
But you're still dehumanized
That's
as
right.
people. Because when you look at your community and your home, the legislatures are both in St. Thomas and Court. They're not doing anything for their own people.
No.
They do it for themselves.
There you go.
And they even go against each other.
All right.
And they're working for the European Union.
Yep.
They govern themselves with the chain of office. And he telling you, this is who we working for.
There you go.
That chain of office is a form of noose in a modern day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And all the money and transaction and offshore account goes to those same chain of office. People don't understand that.
Yeah.
So we are still being dehumanized as human beings.
Yeah.
Because we are not working for ourselves. We're not doing nothing for our people. We're not looking out for the community like we should. And this is why the community is failing, and we have a lot of stuff. Because it's by design, Mary.
You got it.
And the money rather sit in account and wrap before the people could get to that money.
All right.
And the senators and the Congress, all of them in the legislature, but St. Thomas Square,
Yeah.
they're not creating programs for passing law for the people to get to that money.
All right.
They're doing everything to deny them to get to that money.
All right.
Boy, Mario, I will have to bite and blow sometime.
Yeah, you got by that blow, so the stress will kill us.
But it's capitalism on a higher level.
Yeah.
And you must learn Main Street to understand Wall Street.
Yeah.
And you must learn Wall Street to understand Main Street. So you got to have two of them in your pocket.
You got it. You got it.
And good things make money and bad things make money.
Mm.
So good news make money and bad news make money.
Mm-hmm.
Just like what we say. We're in a war, we're in a crisis. All these different contracts, money is being transferred. But keep your eyes always on the prize. Whoever is the president, he has that checkbook to write whatever he wants to write. And when that money starts to move, you better if you want money.
No.
Whatever contractor, he has his name, man. And that's how you make money based on Wall Street, Mario. But he will create problems throughout the world to make the market goes up and down.
Yep.
They all do that, all the world leaders.
Yes, indeed.
So, under Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, I'll take Trump back because he came back again. But all those world leaders have destroyed presidents and people running their community around the world. In Africa, all over the world. But for the first time in history, we have a president now to bring back a world leader. You know, I did not kill him. And have him there in New York. And giving him steak and lobster while he's chilling there and resolve. So they make a big thing out of it.
Right.
Because the oil, the greed of oil and trade, it's way to that, Mario. And Trump trying to capitalize on that. Destroy all these old contracts and put new contracts on. And either you with me, Mr. Trump, I am controlling this whole trade of oil in the world. I am the man. I put in ports every year, over there, over here, and Trump me and Trump you. Either you with me or you're against me. So toe the line. And if you ain't towing that line, then you ain't with me. You're behind me.
Yep.
So I'll leave on that note, Mario.
Hey.
We are still dehumanized as people. Our leaders are good for nothing, like you said.
Yep.
And they don't really understand who they're really and truly working for. Because who educates you to know what you know? Understand?
You should write me, son. You articulate it so effectively.
So,
I
I will leave on this one, Mario. Alexander Hamilton came here as a founding father. He's at the $10 bill still today.
Yes.
But he was in our community there in St. Croix.
Yeah.
Well, who teach him what he knows to be the Taliban that he knows to be?
Thank you.
We, the people.
That's right.
And what did he use?
Yes.
The rum. The rum was there before him.
Yes.
The rum was always there in the Caribbean.
Yes, sir.
We, the rum, is who saved America in the British. If we didn't have the rum, we'd have never beat the British in Virginia. That's how Alexander became our founding father. That's how powerful St. Croix is, man. And the Virgin Islands. Because of our rum throughout the Caribbean.
Well said.
So now, for the first time in history, they're bringing Wall Street from New York to Miami to St. Croix, the third Wall Street, in praise of Alexander Hamilton. But it's we, the people, that teach him what he knows to be a founding father.
Yes, sir.
The rum, the tally, the trade, and the export. And that's the history. But we are still dehumanized.
Yep.
And I got that no, one love.
Well said, man. Well said. Like I said, you should write this up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He definitely grasps it, beloved. He definitely does. And, well, what can I tell you other than that? It is for us. We the people. We the victims of conquest. We the victims of enslavement. We the victims of colonization. It is for us to fully grasp the totality of our domination to the point where, hey, beloved, as we see it here, right in front of us, we have become the property of our conquerors, the property of our enslavers, the property of our colonizers. Beloved, we have lost what could be described as our mental emancipation, because we wrongly assumed that all we needed to do, we did on July 3rd, 1848, which was to emancipate ourselves from physical enslavement. Lord Harry the Judge, beloved. We're only now starting to comprehend just how total this domination has been and continues to be. It's not simply a matter of emancipating our minds from mental slavery. Beloved, we need to finally understand that we have lost our humanities. Our values, our principles, our beliefs. Values, principles, beliefs. These are our humanities. But we lost control of them when we were conquered. And wrongly assumed that by abolishing physical enslavement, that we would regain our values, we would regain our principles, we would regain our beliefs. But none was up, beloved. You walk like that. We are yet to fully comprehend how we have been made to accept our inferiority, not by saying we're stupid, but by not fully realizing that we are doing everything possible, everything to imitate the very people who conquered us, to imitate the people who enslaved us, to imitate the people who continue to colonize us. And this is how we have embraced the inferiority without accepting that we are inferior. We have totally discounted and dismissed our own values, our own principles, our own beliefs. Throw them away. They don't matter. And instead, we have dedicated ourselves to become better white people than the white people themselves. Better Europeans than the Europeans themselves. By adapting the values, principles, and beliefs of our conquerors. This is how we made ourselves inferior. By completely embracing the values that conquered us, by completely embracing the principles that enslaved us, and completely accepting the beliefs that continue to colonize us. And beloved, it is the humanities that we have to grasp and fully understand. That yes, we are the descendants of the people who built the pyramids. Yes, we are the descendants of the people who had the largest enduring civilization history has ever known. The ancient Egyptian civilization for 10,000 years. Beloved, it is time for us to fully grasp that it don't matter how big a basket they give us. One, we could fill up that basket just as long as we do it. Get